Hi, everyone. Welcome to Friday Night Sprints. Very rare for me. It's not something I do very often, but it's a special occasion because not
It is.
only do I have Margaret with me, but we are reading Holy Terrors. Woohoo!
Finally!
I'm so excited. And it's around the same size. Actually,
Yeah.
like I kind of was like, I'm glad that it wasn't, a little bit smaller or anything. Like
Well,
a little bit
according to
larger, I
Julian
think.
Winters, it's really long.
Really? Oh my God. I'm like, I want
Yeah,
every extra page.
it is the longest one in the series, and I would have expected
Mhm.
I don't know, 600 pages. It's 540.
Yeah,
So it's not
no,
too
it's only about 40 pages longer, which is kind of like pretty consistent for
yeah.
like she's a very consistent author, I think, as far as like writing length. But yes, very exciting. I see people have joined us, which is great. And you definitely don't have to be reading this book with us. We're just starting it, and we probably won't be speaking to specifically because we don't want to provide spoilers, especially for those who want to read this book this month. So don't worry. You can join and read whatever you're doing, or like do any like stuff around the house. That's totally fine. But what we're going to do is we're going to go through the comments, and then we're going to get to hear from Margaret about what it was like actually chatting with Margaret Owen and having the signing and everything, which should be super fun. Hello, Abs. Still emotionally recovering from Sunrise on the Reaping. Oh my gosh, I bet literally everyone is who's read that, I'm pretty sure. So just going to watch YouTube during sprints. Oh yeah, decompress. That's a good idea. Maybe add to your TBR list. Hello, Sabrina. Sprint hopping, reading The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King today. Awesome. I hope you're having fun hopping around. Hi, Alex. Thought I'd be reading, but my printer decided it no longer wished to play with the network, so fun times for me. Oh no. Printer trouble's the worst. At the library, like at this point, everyone, whenever someone wants to fax something or print something or whatever the case is, they always come over to me being like, "Hey, Leandra, can you help this person?" And I'm like, I know nothing either, but
it's so funny how they will look for the youngest person of like there, like we know what, like we're any more equipped than they are. It's
yeah,
just
like I was like, I've never owned
them.
a printer. Like when I was young, my parents had one and we
Mm-hmm.
barely used it, and I was like, I barely interact with printers, you know?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. There are certain things that I can like I can fix a printer jam, something like that. If it's not connecting to the network, we're both out of luck. Hi, Brianna.
Yeah. Hi, Brie. How are you? What are you up to this evening? It's not even the evening yet. I'm calling this evening sprints. It's 3 p.m. for us. So that at least in the rest of North America, we're like, this is lunchtime.
With the 2 days that I have had, that's perfectly valid.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm like, it's nighttime. And it's like, no, it's not. Still on the wait list for my library. Second in line. Yes, Kendra. Woohoo. Yeah, you'll get it in due time. Hello, Brittany. I'll be doing what I do on Leandra Sprints editing. Yeah, literally on Fridays, like afternoon and evening, Brittany is always doing admin and editing stuff. Oh, gosh. Listening to Holy Terrors. Yes, Zoe. Oh, my gosh. So excited. You've got the audio too, Margaret, don't you?
I have the audiobook. Yeah, I'm going to immersion read it because I like to annotate my books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
so
that makes sense.
We're going to do that.
I only have the physical copy, but I could always consider getting the audio. For now, I'm okay with just physical because I have a few other audios on the go, and I'm just like, too many audios.
I've already offered my Audible information if you need it. So
I know you did. You're like, I got you. I'm like, thank you, friend.
It'll be interesting because my Audible account is actually on my iPad, like my account. Because I was like, I have both books on that, the first two books on that account, so I'm not gonna put it on my brother's. He'd be fine with it, but I'm not gonna do that because
you're not gonna separate them.
No, they have to all be on the same account.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Noodles. I am trying to finish Cruel is the Light by Sophie Clark, so a sprint will help a lot. Oh, yeah, of course. We got you. We'll probably I'm going to try and do 3 sprints tonight. We'll see how everything goes, but you'll be able to finish it then. Also, welcome. Finished the arc a couple weeks ago. I know, Anne, but looking forward to any discussion. Honestly, Anne is so prepared. I think Anne's already read Holy Terrors, already read Faithbreaker. And Anne, did you read A Drop of Corruption? I don't know. I feel like I'm like book I'm excited about. Anne's like, I read that already.
I feel like I thought about seeing if I could get the Holy Terrors arc, because I think I could at this point.
Mm-hmm.
If not on my own, I know people who could get it for me potentially if I asked.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to use those connections that way. But it was,
Only
but
for emergencies.
I was like, but I'm not gonna read it until after the book comes out anyways, because of this. I was like, no, it's fine. I don't need the arc.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
bro,
yeah,
that's a loaded question because I have so many expectations now.
oh, yeah, we'll get there, Ro. But I agree with Abs. Not only do printers smell fear, I feel like they sense a deadline. They're like, oh, you
Yeah.
need this now. I'm gonna take my time. I know. I was gonna say. Meanwhile, in Mountain Time, it literally is just back from lunch, and I was like, "What am I talking about?" I guess I was in my brain. I kept telling myself we were having evening sprints, and then we actually ended up choosing
I
3
feel like
p.m.
we discussed like 7 p.m. at one point.
Yeah, well, we
Either for
definitely.
you or for me. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, well, I think we were talking about like maybe like well, because I also, for those who want behind the scenes knowledge, this evening, so after sprints, potentially after like 8 p.m. my time, we're recording for Not Reading for Content, the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I keep trying to, I know I'm doing something in the evening. It's just not this. Doing some admin stuff, and we'll be reading the Book of Azrael today. Ooh. I have a pretty severe migraine today, so I'm hunkered down in a dark room. Audiobook is perfect. The Echo of Things to Come by James Islington. Oh, well, Anne, I'm sorry that you have a migraine. They are terrible, to be completely honest. And then hello, Ro. We already chatted with you. It is the evening for the U. So that's the thing and I work on UK time. So that's probably potentially why I was thinking that as well, to be completely honest. So
that makes sense.
well, yes. And then
apparently.
I,
So the moderator for our event was Julian Winters, who is a friend of Margaret Owens, and he's read the book, and he just kept going, "You guys aren't ready. You guys aren't ready." He's like, she had me like, because he also ships the ship, and he's like, I was so worried for like 400 pages. It was just 400 pages of me being so concerned.
Oh my gosh! Okay.
It was amazing. He was so like, it was so funny because you could even now could tell how stressed he was. Ooh, that's my mechanic. Okay. Anyways,
that's good to know. And then Anne, you haven't read Drop of Corruption yet, but it's next. I'm buddy reading that with Julie and Danny, obviously, and we're 45% in, having a ball, and we're literally only reading like 3 chapters a day though. We're fine with it. It's actually been very fun to slowly read that book. So once you do read it, Anne, you'll probably catch up and surpass us, because I don't know when we're going to finish it.
Yeah.
But anyways, so Margaret, tell us about the signing and everything that you know. I know you found a certain question and answer to a question we had.
Yes. If anyone will remember, when we did the live discussion, we wondered a little bit whether or not she went into Little Thieves thinking it would be a standalone.
Mm-hmm.
Or if she knew she was going to be writing 3 books, and it was kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Because her first book, her debut was a book called Merciful Crow, or Crows, one of the two. And that series, she said her publisher, it was a 3-book contract. And her publisher wasn't set on whether or not they wanted it to be a duology or a trilogy. And so she decided that she's like, I didn't want to have an uncompleted trilogy on my hands. So she decided to just make the Merciful Crow series a duology and then provide them a 3rd book. And that 3rd book was Little Thieves. And so Painted Devils and Holy Terrors are on a separate contract for her. So it was kind of like she probably wrote it as a standalone, it sounds like.
Yeah.
But then got to make it. There was a point where apparently they were discussing up to 7 books.
Oh, okay. So that means her brain came up with this standalone. And then when she saw the opportunity to expand it, her brain allowed her to think of, because it's so interconnected that I was like,
it sounds
Painted Devils is so connected to it. Mm-hmm.
I think she definitely created this, like the idea, like she wanted to create it, and in her mind she had an idea of what she wanted to do with further books because she planted so much of that in there. So in edits, like I do think that she was aware that she may not, like you can tell she was aware she may not get books 2 and 3, right?
Mhm.
And she said each book explores one of the 5 motives for crime that Emmerich has.
Wow,
Yes. So,
interesting.
and I don't remember what they were. I know that this one is revenge and fear, and then like love and hate was Painted Devils, and then whatever the 5th one that I'm missing was the first book. Greed,
Yeah.
maybe? Yeah, I think it was Greed.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
greed. I was like, money?
Yeah.
Like that kind of makes sense.
She was absolutely lovely. It was a great conversation. My favorite takeaway is that the character, the whole story where Fanya is, where she is pretending to be Giselle, started out
Mhm.
as the backstory of one of her D&D characters. So she had a D&D character that was the backstory for the character, and it wasn't. She's like, it was criminally underused, so I used it for this. So
I love that. I that totally makes sense to me, and that's awesome. So,
yeah, it was so good.
well,
It's so good.
on that note though, should we actually change the timer and just get into a sprint so we can start this
I'm
book?
so excited. I have not been able to read anything else. I'm just like my
Mhm.
brain's been like, no, but I want to be reading Little Heat or Holy
Yeah.
Terrors.
Like I got to keep my energy. Got to save my energy for this afternoon. Mhm.
Julian Winters did say that the very beginning is very like it's a classic Margaret Owen opening. And it's gonna hit us. It's gonna hit us hard, and then there's other stuff that's gonna hit us even harder later. I'm just like, okay.
Oh, I'm so nervous. Okay. Sounds good.
Oh,
Well, thanks for
I
joining us, friends.
real quick before I forget, I also did get the answer for why there's a 2-year time gap.
Oh,
She said she wanted there to be distance between Painted Devils and Holy Terrors because, in her mind, I don't think so, but in her mind, Fanya and Emmerich were very kind of codependent.
mm,
And she was like, you need an amount of time to reflect on that.
yeah. I think it probably is healthy for them to grow a little bit on their own as well. Like growing together is also
Yeah,
important, but because
I
they're
agree.
so young, they never, they never really had the time to grow on their own first. So I actually kind of respect that.
I
And
think there
mhm,
are relationships like that have worked, but I
yeah.
also think it is wise to be like, no, but they need some distance. But I mean, there are relationships that's what needed to happen too.
Yeah, I agree. Shayna, you've joined just in time. I am behind and haven't been able to pick up Painted Devils due to a busy end of March and have quite the wait for Holy Terrors at the library. But you'll catch up. Yes, you will. And don't worry, totally fine. Or also, you can always watch our live shows, after the fact, and we can always chat together.
Yeah,
I hope that you
there will
have a
be
less busy April too.
so many voice notes going to you, I'm sure.
Yes. I was like, Gina, don't worry. We will chat. We can 100% chat about this book once you get it. So no pressure. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for joining us.
So excited.
Hope you enjoy your read, whatever it is. But yeah, we're going to be reading Holy Terrors. So see you in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Margaret is dealing with some car stuff. So she said that she'll be late in coming back potentially, but we had so many people join us. Let me see, where did we leave off? Hi, Jen. We also have Ioana here. You're reading Hell Followed With Us. Jen's also reading The Mask of Mirrors and a few other titles. The first one I think is really exciting because I'm also hoping to start that this month. Over at the Manor, we have a bit of a page breakdown. We're doing a read along, a very casual group read in anticipation of a video that Danny's coming out with. Louise is also hanging out with us this evening, but she's visiting her grandmother. I think it's really sweet that she made dinner for you and your mom. I hope you guys have the best time while you're hanging out with her. Also, Glenda's here and Tracy, even though it looks like Tracy's kind of popping in and out. Hopefully getting more progress done with moving and having all of that finished because goodness gracious. We also had Melissa join, finishing up When the World Fell Silent. Ooh, that seems like a very serious book actually, and very intriguing. I've never heard of it. I don't think I have, at least. And then Servasha joined, reading Rebel Witch. I think I saw in the Manor or some Discord that you finished book 1 and you immediately jumped into book 2. So clearly you're having a great time. Andrea joined too. Just got out of my last Friday meeting. It's yuck, but also yay because you're done. Counting down the minutes until I'm free. Yeah, so at least the meeting's done. You just got to keep working your way to hopefully being able to relax and maybe be home. And then Adya's here. Hi. I feel like I haven't touched base with you in quite some time. I hope you're doing well. Continuing in Kill Her Twice by Stacey Lee. Awesome. Ash is here and sprint hopping. Honestly, a lot of people are sprint hopping right now. I think that for some reason, Friday is another really busy day. Maybe it's just that April, as seasons are changing, people are having more time. The evenings are brighter for longer. You'd think that would mean we'd have less people sprinting and we'd all be out, and about. But I feel like this is just like a happening night. I keep saying night. It's still afternoon, early evening for me. Evening, Simp, how are you? Hope the start of the weekend is going fantastic. It is. It's been busy. I feel like I've had to get multiple tasks done today, and I'm doing pretty good. But, I have still so much I've got to get done by the end of tonight. And then got to chapter 4 of Holy Terrors. Awesome, Zoe. Zoe, you're so much further than me. You all also are on audio, so that makes sense. I ended up reading the, let's see here. I read the little story that follows the 7th choice, and then I read chapter 1. I did end up having to pause after that because I wanted to record a clip for another vlog that I was like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. And then I looked at the clock and I was like, I think I have time. I still do need to go back and wrap things up on that clip. But so yeah, I didn't get very far, but that's because I'm reading with my eyeballs. I've given up on the printer for tonight. Just try again. Yeah, try again tomorrow. There's no reason in getting ever more frustrated. It might be better just to look at the situation with fresh eyes. Physical therapy tired me a little, but I'm wanting to read. Not sure what yet. Ooh, Ash. I know it's kind of weird. I'm not sure if you are doing a readathon this month, but it does feel weird when you're just not really being directed by any type of readathon. A competitive one, I should say. Edited 3 shorts, started watching through a video. Yes, Brittany, woohoo. Oh yeah, a lot of people have been saying, especially those who are in the middle of America, they've been dealing with tornado weather stuff. But hello, Margaret. How are you? Welcome back.
Oh, of course, we had to talk out what I already knew I was going to do with the car. So,
well, how did you get? How far
I didn't get any reading done because my mechanic called right when we went into the sprint. And so then we had to call. We called, and my uncle confirmed what I already suspected was that there's no point in going through my insurance. They're probably, if they get an adjuster out there, they're going to total the car. It's safe to drive, or it will be safe. It is safe to drive. It's just miserable.
Yeah.
But anyways.
I didn't get very far myself. I ended up getting just chapter 1 done. So I'm not very far ahead of you. But I was saying that Zoe is much farther than I
Yes.
am.
Ooh, good for Zoe. I'm going to sit down and actually read this next sprint, but this is officially the most expensive book I own.
Oh my gosh. Ah! I love it. So beautiful. Hello, how are you? And Edom, I think your name's Erin. Remind me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you said last time. I am jumping between 3 books. Hopefully I can commit to one of them. Ooh, yeah. The thing is, it's nice to have a few reads on the go, but then if you're just doing a little bit, you kind of want to focus on one sometimes. So I get it. Allie is reading Iron Flame. Lovely. So grateful for audiobooks, truly, honestly.
Audiobooks are amazing.
Anne's also suffering from a migraine, so that's probably why you're even more grateful than usual. Currently going Old School April with a painted. Oh, yes, with a point horror. Okay. Prom Date. It's very Pretty Little Liars. Okay, interesting. That's right. Old School April's happening. Obviously, Aurelium's also happening. I think those are the 2 major ones that I know of for April. Loving the Sprints. Who else is live right now? Ooh, I don't know, but you know what you can do? If you just like search reading sprints and then go to like your live tab on YouTube, you probably will find quite a few people who are sprinting. But I'm pretty sure that there are a few people who like book clubs. I'm imagining a lot of book clubs maybe sprint during this weekend on the weekends because then more people are free. But yeah. I read
only person that I follow that's sprinting is you right now.
Oh my gosh! Well, maybe I'm lying. Maybe, but there are some people who are sprint hopping. Yeah. Oh, so Brie from the Booktrover is also live. So Ash has said that too. Sabrina read 6 chapters, got distracted by things, as you do. Things distract us sometimes. When the World Fell Silent takes place in Halifax, Nova Scotia, from about December 6, 1917, when the famous explosion happened, to about the end of the war. We have a few Canadians in the chat too, so they might be interested in that if they haven't read this book, actually, Melissa. So, good to know. Primarily about the after effects of the Halifax explosion. I'm pretty sure this was part of our American trivia night with the Canadians that are Brittany and Kelsey. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Unless I'm remembering wrong.
So funny because like people saw the thumbnail and like some like my friends in the group chat or in one of my group chats were like, I didn't realize Nell was Canadian. I was like, no, I know where Nell lives. I met her in person.
Yeah, like no. I know it's like so tough because you're like, wait, no, two people are Canadian, 2 people are American.
2 people are Canadians, 2 people are the American hosts.
Yeah, I would be honored if someone mistook me for Canadian. I'd be like, thank you.
I did have a moment where I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, like what's going on? I suppose we could be Canadian, but we're living in the U.S.
Were you one of the hosts with them, or is that somebody else?
Yeah, I was one of the hosts.
I was like, wait a minute.
I would be honored. But yeah, and I did used to live quite close to Canada. I was like maybe an hour and a half from the Canadian border. But yeah. I read 2 chapters up to 31%. Really good book, lots of representation, and I'm finding that I actually like horror books. Yes, join us. Good for you. That's awesome. I might have to look into that book then. Doing Aurelium, can't not do a readathon. I get that. Totally get it. And yeah, Margaret
did not. I don't know what to call it because it wasn't a collision. It was I was driving down 75, because people don't know the signing was in Decatur, Georgia. I live in Tampa, Florida. So I drove 7 hours up to meet her and 7 hours back. I knew I was going to like go up. I was going to do to the signing, all that. I was like, that's a reasonable drive. That's fine. It's an adventure. The adventure got a little bit of a little more adventurier because like a piece of metal fender from like a semi truck just flew across 3 lanes of traffic. We assume it came from the back of somebody's like junk truck. Thankfully, barely damaged my bumper and then went underneath my car and got folded up and lodged in my radiator.
Oh my gosh, so scary.
Like I was very lucky in that the car still works with the except like it messed up the radiator. There's part of the support that the radiator's on that's messed up, which is why it's going to be so expensive to fix.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting my AC is gone right now because it totaled my condenser, I think it was. And so, but yeah, I've already spent $1,000 on it, and it's going to be probably 3,000 by the time we finish. But the car that I have, with the mileage that I have, with the model, it's a Honda.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it happened. I was glad that there were no other cars involved, and that it happened at a time when it was really easy for me to just go all the way back across the highway because there was no one around me. Like if it had gone under a wheel and gotten one of my wheels, it could have gone through my windshield. And where it was, if it had gone through my windshield, it probably would have hit me.
It's kind of crazy because we are so reliant on, throughways, expressways, like that. And like the traffic is just so ongoing that it's like, if anything happens, we're all going at such fast speeds, and you can be in heavy traffic. I typically have to get on an expressway to get to one of my jobs. And one time I was driving as 2 lanes going in the same direction, obviously. And I had moved to the left lane to pass someone. And there was like this large, like, semi truck. And then there was like a couple cars behind. And as I was on the left-hand lane, I saw one of the semi truck's wheels, literally come off.
Yeah.
And
my God.
Yeah, and the person behind, and then obviously that they had to go to the side, and there was this small sedan behind them, drove over, obviously completely, probably destroyed whatever was below. Yeah. They were able to move over to the side, and there were like 3 or 4 cars, and we were very lucky that they could all move over. But I was like, I was just in that lane, and I would have been, and I was just like, it's crazy to think about, like, what if, and it seemed everyone was able to, like, very casually move over, but you never know if it had been differently. So anyway,
I was expecting so much more cosmetic damage on the outside of my car. Like, that would have been preferable probably. But I was expecting so much more. Like, you would never know. You would barely know that the front of my car, it just looks like maybe I scraped up against something on my front bumper. But it was a scary moment. I had to sit on the side of a highway in Georgia for like an hour waiting for the tow. And it was the worst exit too, because there was nothing but it was like a ghost town at the exit.
Yeah.
So like I could see like these decrepit, rundown gas stations. I was like, well, we're going to stay in the car because this is the beginning of a horror movie.
I was literally about to. I'm like, this is the start of a book you don't want to be in. Like, this is.
Don't break it down outside of Sycamore, Georgia, because anybody that can help you is a ways away if you have to walk.
I know, yeah, no, you're safe. You're here. It's fine. Yeah. Oh gosh.
To be honest, I would rather have had a rock hit my windshield and shatter my windshield, because I live in Florida. So my insurance company is required to replace that.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, it is very different between like states. Yeah.
I'm very glad I'm okay. The tow truck driver was like, you are very calm. And I was like, I'm fine. Based on the damage, my car is still good. I will not have to replace it. I mean, my insurance company would like me to replace it, but we're not involving them.
Oh my gosh, though. But yeah, so that's a saga. But okay, Erin, that's what I thought.
So yeah, it'll be expensive, but we'll be able to get it. Ash, just real quick, do you have any, oh God, this is a spoiler, but it's also primarily a big trigger warning for people. Like, I like Assassin's Apprentice. I like Assassin's Apprentice and like that series. It's Live Ship that I have an issue with. But if you have any triggers around animals, let me know.
Ooh, okay. That's actually good to know.
That's one of the big ones that I forget people have.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I've even, I know someone who they typically aren't, bothered necessarily if it makes sense to the story and everything, but a specific animal that they can't like is like cats, for instance.
I know someone who can't do any sort of cat death.
Yeah. I think that's the other thing is it may be really specific, which is totally fine. But yeah. Also, Breezier, hello! This is another person who sprints. So for those who are asking, hey, obviously Bree's not sprinting right now, but she does sprint on her channel. What are you up to this Friday? How are you? And then that's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure we talked about the Halifax explosion. 15.5 hours in. 11 to go. Oh my gosh.
You got this, Anne.
You can do it. And then I think I got through a lot of other comments, except for Teresa. Hello. How are you, friend? Hello, Krista. All the friends are coming in. Oh my gosh. Everyone's coming in when you were like discussing this like terrifying experience. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. Have been here, but was nearing the end of my audiobook, so I had you muted. I'm starting Ship of Math. Don't have animal triggers, but that's good. Yeah, like it's always just good to know sometimes. Like if people want to go in blind, go in blind. But I feel like there's no harm in knowing about content warnings just so you're a little bit prepared. But yeah. Hello. Don't have animal
You'll
triggers.
be fine then.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I definitely will cry.
Yeah, sweet tea, you might go in with a good headspace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Can't do pet death.
That's one of the triggers that's in it.
Mm-hmm. It's actually, that's one of the reasons why, and then we can get into a sprint after we read the next few comments, but there's one, I want to read everything by Adrian Tchaikovsky at this point because I really enjoyed the few books I've read. One of them, though, I'm so afraid of, it's called like Dog of War, I think, and it's like an enhanced dog, and they're like meant to be military, and I'm like, oh, something's gonna happen, and I'm like, I don't know if that's a book I can ever read, to be honest, especially one where you've become so attached, and anyway.
I mean, if it's the main character's probably fine around them though, because you have animal soldiers.
Yeah. Dragon. Oh no, I didn't know dragon death could affect me. I thought you were saying like Dragon Teeth, which I think is like a Michael Crichton book, but yeah, no. If you grow really attached to anything, but I think animals are really tough for me to read. Actually doing a 4-hour sprint. Well, then there you go. And you can even check out Bree's Patreon. Anyone who is a free member on Patreon. Ooh, actually that's really fun. That's awesome. I've thought about doing some free stuff for mine as well, because like I have discovered that I've got a decent number of free members who apparently just want my newsletter, which is totally fine. And I was like, maybe I should do something fun for them because they're very nice for just hanging out. Have Emily Wild. Go luck yourself. What?
I love a pun. Go luck yourself.
I was like, what are you laughing at? Yeah, that is a really funny one. I was saying Emily Wild's great too.
Mm-hmm. You never have to apologize to me for puns. I love them.
No, I think that's great. Back home now, making a birthday card for a birthday tomorrow. Yay! I hope you had the best time with your grandma. Don't like reading about animal deaths, but it's pet deaths that will sometimes keep me. Yes, from reading something. Yeah, because it's probably just a different level of like emotional connection too. Mm-hmm. I don't know about this one, Ash. I DNF'd it. I think there are some issues in that book that I would probably never recommend it to people, but if you want to try it. I have issues
with that man, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the thing is like not just the book, but the person who wrote it.
Here's the thing: he writes books that people love, so I never want to like trash that, but I also like don't particularly like him as a person.
And I can say specifically though, Empire of the Vampire has like problematic content in it. Like that's why I DNF'd it, because there was too many things where I was like, we need to talk about this. So if anything, I can't speak to the rest of his canon, but that I was like, no. But anywho, on that note, let's get into another sprint. We'll go for an hour. And thanks for being here, friends. Happy Friday.
I'm actually going to read this time.
Yes, Margaret, you finally can read.
Finally.
All right. See you guys when it's done. everyone. Welcome back. I just saw your voice messages, Margaret, but I haven't listened to them.
Well, I mean, this literally happened in the last 2 minutes.
Okay.
I got to the end of chapter 1, which, no spoilers, but the last 2 words of chapter 1 are the Finnegeist. And I'm like, wait a minute, is she doing this? Is this what is it? It's fun pulling a thing.
I know. I'm intrigued. Yeah, I didn't get very far in this reading because I am getting distracted and doing other things. But I'm on 27, so I'm really not that much further than you. I'm like maybe 10 pages further than you.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I might
have to do a bunch of other stuff tonight.
It's gonna be so hard not reading all of this book tonight.
See, I have so many other things.
So many things after this.
Yeah, it's just I don't have the time, but it'll be good to piecemeal it to take my time with it, I think.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Up to page 175 of the Song of Achilles. Very nice river. Made it to page 133. Had some lunch, played an online puzzle game. Ooh, nice. Just started chapter 7, but going to bed as up early tomorrow for work. Yeah, that makes sense. And Zoe, you're in the UK too, to my understanding. So it makes sense. You might want to have an early night. And you've made a really great year today on the book as well.
I'm fine.
Are you enjoying it, Zoe? Let us know, because I don't think you've said how you're feeling about it. You just are letting us know where you're at. Krista didn't read much during that sprint, but I painted a room this morning and spent time cleaning up the mess, setting the room back to rights. All outlet covers are back on. Oh my gosh. Congrats.
Good on you for removing them. I mean, it sounds like it's Krista's house. You know this, I think, but I don't, probably other people don't. My brother's apartment that he's moving out of soon, the outlets have been painted over so many times that there's only like 2 in his kitchen that you can get like a 3-prong plug-in without feeling like you're going to break. Like there's only 2 that I've ever been able to get to make work.
I think Krista might have to correct me if I'm wrong, but Krista's mentioned baking or making food for her landlord. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But I might be wrong. Maybe maybe it was your neighbor.
You have a way cooler landlord then, which is awesome. Good for you.
Yeah, like having a good, but also I literally could be wrong. It might have been, I just remember, like, obviously Krista bakes and makes food. So that's why I might be like mixing it up. Enjoy it. 5 stars prediction. And this is for Holy Terrors. Continuing on, 10 hours left. I'm really liking this series. Yay, Anne. I'm glad.
It's good.
Ooh, was sorting out my Our Fantasy TBR on Storygraph. We'll see how much I stick to it.
I need to go, not on Storygraph, but on Goodreads, and probably pare down my to be read, my like running TBR.
Yeah, so I ended up actually, it was a very fast turnaround because obviously.
I saw you did a video.
Yes. So like on the 1st, when it was announced, I immediately started making my TBR. On the 2nd, I recorded and I gave access to the Manor for Witnesses and Sleuths. And that video should come out on Monday.
Nice.
Yeah. First time I've ever done it.
I have over 1,000 books on that thing. So I should and it's hard because all of them are books I'm like, I know at least the last like 3 or 4 pages, I know those are books that I want to get to and want to read.
I'm very excited about mine. I like most of them are ones that I was already like, oh, I'm going to read it this year. And there were only a few that were tricky enough for me where I did have to kind of just like find a title. And I'm like, oh, that looks good. Wasn't planning on reading it, but I'm down. So got 22% in one of my books. Hopefully I will continue with reading it. Yes. Nice. I'm glad you've settled on one. I rent. It's a house, but I rent. My landlord is the best. Okay, that's what I was. I hope I'm not like saying that Krista rents and I'm completely wrong.
I love that. No, that's nice because it's nice to have landlords that are willing to like work with you, especially if you're willing to do things that will improve the value of their property. To be honest.
Yeah, and I can imagine that that would be emotional and kind of a tough thing to get through, but
Oh,
so sure that it's kind of like maybe therapeutic or like helping with like coping and things as well.
yeah.
Did I read? No, but I did start making buffalo chicken dip. Ooh, that sounds lovely.
Nice.
On the final chapter of Prom Date, it's so melodramatic and 90s. Ooh. Honestly, it should. That makes sense with the title, too. No reading, but lots of work emails. So that's a win, I guess. Not a win to have them, but a win to get them done.
Yeah, that means
accomplished.
that means that you have more time for other things potentially later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what? It's a good decision. You can read some other time. You can read later. Hello, Tennille. How are you? I hope it ends up turning out well. And then it can become like a recipe that you keep and use more than once, you know? Treatment ran long due to some incidents. Oh, no.
Oh,
Hoping to read some, but not Holy Terrors because it will be at least a couple of weeks before I get it. Understandable.
totally understand that.
Yeah, we were talking about this too because Tennille was saying how, you know, with April, there are so many anticipated reads, like so many big ones. And it's like,
Yep.
not gonna get any of them anytime soon. Like, you know, hopefully because Danielle
Yeah.
put in her like request early, but it's still kind of like
Yeah, it's hard, especially when it has just come out, right? Because like I know that even though it's not a massive book, it's still going to have people that want to a lot of more people that want to read it now than like maybe later on down the line. So.
Oh, for sure. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Hello.
Friendly neighborhood cadaver. Yes, Ben's one of my corpses. Reading Langston Hughes poems and Fantastic Four comics. Ooh, lovely. Very nice. A healthy heaping of tonal whiplash.
A big heaping helping of total whiplash.
Yeah, I think it's funny that you're like juggling it and going back and forth. It's kind of, yeah, that'd be very different. Didn't read, but got some chores done. Very nice. That was kind of my hope, was to get some chores done tonight. And then I'll apparently do them some other time this weekend.
I was going to do some chores during this, but then I remembered that I want to like annotate as I read. And so that means I have to be reading while I am listening to the audiobook.
Yes. Yeah. And meanwhile, I'm such a like slow physical reader, not for any reason. I'm just like, I kind of enjoy taking my time. I need more time to process. And so I'm just like sitting here and kind of cozy and just enjoying it. But honestly, guys, the illustrations are really beautiful.
They are.
We'll show you the first one because it opens, but like, look at that. Are you kidding me?
She's listed all of them on her Instagram along with the stories that go with them. Because each of the stories is supposed to be, she has this really interesting thing where like you could read these and not be spoiled, right? Wait a minute. Are there only 6? That's the 7th choice. Where's the 6th choice, Margaret?
Dun dun dun.
That was the 5th choice. I'm so confused. Am I missing pages? I don't know.
Can you imagine if you found out there was like an error? It might just be really long. Let's see. What is this?
There is nothing in my book between the 7th choice and the 5th, or no choice between the 7th choice and the 5th choice. So either they are not in the order that I am expecting them to be.
Well, you know what? I think before the 5th, I see the 3rd. Oh no, I do see the.
Yeah, girl, she's doing these all in different orders. Yeah,
there must be a purpose to that, but
so there's got to be something going on there.
Huh, interesting. And it almost feels like it's odd, and then because I think it looks like it goes 7 5 3. I don't know, unless I'm.
It does.
Who knows what that means? Actually, slower with audiobooks than any other medium. Maybe regularly glancing at the total runtime overwhelms me. Oh, that could be possible. Also, I think it depends. Sometimes when I'm listening to an audiobook, I don't know why. It could be like the way it's said, or maybe it's just the time when I'm picking it up, but I'll listen to it at like 1.25 speed. I don't ever really listen at 1 time speed anymore, but 1.25, if I also just want to relax and it's kind of a cozy narrative, I can go between that and like 2 times speed. if I'm going above 2 times speed, for me, that means I want to finish the book. That's probably not
I
good.
The last book I apparently listened to, I was listening to at 2.5 times speed. It was Powerless by Lauren Roberts. And I think that speaks more to how quickly I was trying to finish the book because of other things than it was. But yeah, I have it at 1.7. I was like, oh, we don't need to be going that fast. I will miss all of this. And so I slowed it down.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it depends too if I have the physical book or like with the depending on where the narrative is and what's going on. But yeah, Anne says listen at 1 time speed, definitely slower. Read slower physically because I'm easily distracted, but listening at over 2 times all the time. Yeah, I distinctly remember Lexi, Books with Lexi, saying that she can't listen to anything I think like lower than 2 times. Like she needs to do that or more because she can't like her brain won't let her grasp and like focus on it, which is really fascinating.
I would bet that it's her brain starts wandering because it's not
Yeah.
engaging. So
Mm-hmm. I can go above 1.5 because I can't go above 1.5 because any faster I start lulling and imagining the narrator with a chipmunk voice. Yeah, and there are times when it starts to like feel a little bit and that's usually where I'm trying to find it, where the voice feels natural and not too slow, because sometimes it feels too slow where I'm like, this isn't how people speak. But if it's too fast, then
I feel like
so
moving through
that's why.
molasses.
Yeah, so sometimes 1.25 feels exactly like how people would speak, and I'm like, I want to keep it here. But then sometimes it's like 1.75.
That's the way I am with 1.75 because I feel like 1.75 I can still hear the performance. They don't get super high pitched. So it ends up, being like, because I don't know, I'm a performer. I was a theater major, so like I am also here for the performance of the audiobook and listening to that. Like I'm not just here for the story, and I totally understand that that's going to be different for everybody. But like I'm paying attention to more than just the words that are being spoken, in a little bit different way than I think most people do. But it's one of the things I'm like, yeah, 1.75 is usually my sweet spot. I will, if it's Michael Kramer, it's at 2 times speed, bare minimum.
Yeah. There are quite a few people. So like Sabrina and Abs are kind of in the same form as Lexi.
I have to have it speeded up to conversation level at least, and that's about 1.75 in my opinion.
Yeah, I think what could slow me down is like if there's like a certain person's voice, like the way they're pronouncing things or an accent where I just need to get used to it, I might slow it down. Or if it's just like very complex and I'm like, I needed you guys to slow down because sometimes I don't know what they're saying. Totally depends on the narrator, as we said. But I also think our brains' ears learn to hear at faster speeds the more we do it, 100%. Because when I first started listening to audios, I was only doing 1 time speed. I was like, "Ooh, I'm daring 1.25," and then it used to be a solid 1.5.
Started listening to YouTube videos faster before I started listening to audiobooks faster. I think.
Yeah, you know what? It took me a while to know that you could speed up audiobooks and YouTube, and I was like, "Oh, I literally didn't grasp that."
Also, technically speed up podcasts, but for some reason, I have no desire to speed up podcasts. But I also think on podcasts, people a lot of the time, at least the ones I listen to, people talk more quickly, right?
Yeah, and there's a lot more. There can be a lot of editing in the background that's cutting out, certain like pauses and restarts, because I know we do that a lot. Our guests always sound so eloquent, and they really are. But there are of course times where we like cut off stuts and starts and everything to it. You don't notice it. You would notice it visually, like if there were a bunch of cuts. So I've really noticed how 1 time speed is so slow. I only keep it there if there are strong accents. Yeah, like just to get the lay of the land. If I literally am immersion reading, it cannot be like, usually it's got to be like 1.75 or faster, because I like my eyes need the audio to keep up.
They're also at 1 time speed. They're reading for enunciation. Like they're being very deliberate and careful with their speech in a way that people know. And you'll see that like with sit down videos too. Like we're talking faster here than we would if we were just sitting down and talking to the camera straight on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Also, hi, Rainy. If anyone
Yay!
wants another read along going on, Rainy just announced one today, and I'm joining it. It's going to be super fun. We're reading
Yay!
Jurassic Park.
Amazing. I passed by you on the way home, Rainy. Oh, Rainy hasn't heard the saga, though. I was afraid to stop, though, because I wasn't sure if my car would make it home if I did.
Oh gosh, yeah. I guess it's nice to know that you're like, if I really need help,
Well,
I could maybe reach
that
out to Rainy.
was one of the goals, was to either get me to where I could easily get help from Jacksonville or from the villages, because I have family in both of those places.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check out
Yeah.
my check out my TikTok, Rainy, if you're curious, because I have the whole saga on there.
Goodness.
Yeah, 1.75.
Yeah, 1.75 speed is my sweet spot. When I read physically, I read about that pace, sometimes a bit faster, slower, depending on the narrator. Totally throws me off when there's music or sing. Oh yeah, because it like speeds up. It's like like whenever they open with those little music jingles, I also get thrown off by that as well. People are saying hello to Rainy. Listening at 3 times speed now, 2.5 with no book in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of the time I do have to read faster when I am listening. Since I'm annotating, I'm not listening faster, but if I'm actually trying to make my eyes like 2 speed, I would have to do 2 times speed to be able to, if I was reading and listening at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm reading along to the what's the word, Leandra? The pace of the book.
Yes. The pacing. Listen anywhere between 1.6, 2.3. Yeah, honestly, it is very dependent on like where everyone's at, as far as like there are so many variables that I don't think a lot of people really kind of consider. So yeah. Yes. Do 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 do. I'm so excited for it. It's gonna be so fun. Oh gosh. Ooh, seeing if I can make our fantasy bingo work for me this year. Emily, you can do it. We were just talking about our fantasy because we're also all setting up our TBRs. I've set mine up. Obviously, like I said, my video comes out on Monday, but I'm also like, we'll see if they actually, like some of them I had to say, I think this fits, but it's dependent on if, when we actually read it. But all right, let's do another sprint. We'll go for another hour and then we can come back and chat. Thanks everybody for being here. I know there's quite a few people sprinting today. So it's really nice of you guys to hang out with us.
We
We will see
appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, we do. We do appreciate it. We'll see everybody in an hour. Hello! Welcome back, everybody. I know that we lost some people because it was getting late, but we also had some join us. Like Julie joined us.
Hi,
And
Julie.
then so did Neva. And then we had a bit more talk about our fantasy, because Emily, tomorrow's filming. Julie's doing the same. Very nice. Yeah, I already we talked about this before. My video is coming out on Monday for the public, but I already have like 2 that I almost want to flip because I feel like one won't have what I think it's going to have. So hard mode's hard. I mean, it's well labeled. Isn't that a crazy thing for a hard mode to actually be hard?
Amazing.
I know. Crazy concept. I ended up eating dinner, so that put me down. I did finish the chapter I was on, and then I also ended up diving into Inkheart because I still have a few chapters I need to finish before tonight's recording with Danny. So
Nice.
how did you do?
I'm not okay.
You're not. Where are you? Where are you at?
I'm on page 48.
Oh my gosh, you're way further than me then because I'm at the start of chapter 3, The Toll.
Yeah, I just gird yourself. Gird yourself.
You're already thinking that the next chapter is going to be nuts from the way chapter 2 ended. As far as like what we know. Oh yeah.
It's going to be absolutely insane, and I'm not okay.
Like the tension's already like I'm already like, oh god, like this Vanya's gonna be in such a mess.
I died like 3 times over the course of hold on. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pages.
Okay.
Just took me out.
Gosh, yeah, no. It's going to be a really good book. I already know. That was a supper sprint. Yes, nice. Me too, Tennille. I ended up watching a class, trying to convince myself to pull out my watercolors or at least pull out something artsy.
Nice.
Yeah. And Alex is super artsy. Usually there's a lot of like hobbies that they're doing.
I got a little watercolor instruction book. So I'm like, I want to start doing that again.
Yeah, no, I kind of like us returning to these like artsy, like crafting hobbies. We have Bree on chapter 6 of Book of Azrael. The audiobook is not great, but I'm making graphics tonight, so I can't read physically. Might put it down and listen to something else. Yeah, that sounds great. Honestly, speaking of audiobooks in the last chat, the other thing that can make or break a book is if the audio just you're not vibing with it. Whether you don't really like a voice narrator, the way they're performing, or maybe the quality isn't great. Sometimes I've had it where I hear a lot of mouth sounds because like you hear them breathe or you hear their mouth is wet is what I'll say. And I'm like, I cannot have you in my ear. Like this is too much. So yeah. Or if the voice is just kind of annoying, sometimes that happens where you just don't like the voice of the person. Read 27 pages, got to 149 of 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. Also washed some dishes. Very nice. Ooh, I change my art fantasy when I read a book and find out it fits a prompt. I did. Oh, yeah. So that's why I'm also anticipating where I'm like, if I read a book that fits the prompt, I'm like, boom, we're putting that one in. So yeah, because there were some that were hard for me. Like, let me think. The generic title did my head in, like that one, because though it was not generic for me, like those words in titles, I was like, but it obviously is generic for like fantasy and romantasy readers. And then elves and dwarves, again, very heavily fantasy. A lot of my choices are sci-fi, and then I do have a bunch of fantasy in there too, but I found it a lot easier to throw in sci-fi stuff when I could, weirdly enough.
Yeah. Nice.
Loved it. 5 stars. Got 33% in my book. And then I also look at books I want to buy. Ooh, yes. We love to do that. I think I'll go back to Mask of Mirrors next. Ooh, yeah. I'm holding off because I have the audio and physical, or ebook, I should say, available right now. But I'm not ready to start it yet. So I'm like, there's no point in me borrowing it because I also will only have 21 days with said book, and it's a chunky one. Sounds like quite the wild finale. Yes, as far as like where Vanya's at.
I think you might be talking about Inkheart because that's the one that you're finishing, right?
Oh well, so yeah, so Inkheart's gonna be our finale for season 1 genre blend. Or no, oh my gosh, no! Inkheart's I where am I? I'm still in season 1 mode. Inkheart's the start of season 2 for us, translations.
Oh, nice.
So I think Julie's talking about Holy Terrors, but maybe we're wrong.
Potentially, I don't know. Have you read it yet, Julie?
Yeah, I think from what we were talking about,
I
mean, it's going to be a wild, like third book in the series, finale for the series.
We are nowhere near the finale. We've just gotten started, and I feel like Julian Winters underplayed how devastating certain parts of this book are. Like, it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you so bad, but you're going to be happy about it at the end, I believe.
Okay, well, we'll find out. Anne may switch to Emily Wilde if my vision allows. Otherwise, more audio. Anne, I'm so sorry that you're going through this tonight.
I did not.
Oh,
I tried to read it on was it Tuesday night when I got Holy Terrors, but I was just too tired. And then last night, like my brain was just too stressed out to do anything but just like sit on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and sometimes that's exactly what you need. Oh, I know. Ash was saying that their dad was not having the dip because it was a little bit too hot for him.
That's funny.
This is my third time reading Evelyn Hugo. Oh my gosh. Last 2 times it has been a book club selection. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I'm in multiple book clubs. I mean, who isn't these days? I'm trying to listen to Unsteady, but these kids keep interrupting me, as kids do. She just has, and actually speaking of kids, because I'm reading Inkheart right now, there's this one character named Eleanor who's just kind of like about kids, like being like, don't mess up my books. And I'm like, I
remember Eleanor.
I was like, I mess with Eleanor. I'm like, yep, I understand Eleanor. I just thought it was very funny.
I do. It's a good book. It's a really good book.
We'll see what I think about it. But all I can say is, yeah, Eleanor, I was like, I think I identify with her. She just has a really young voice, and it's a dark romantasy. Can't take her seriously. Ooh, and you know what? I think that for me, my experience with romantasy, I have noticed like a couple of the ones that I've listened to have younger voices, which I like. They tend to be like 20 years old. I think that's like the the common thing. But I have, obviously listened to, and I think I see that with like romance sometimes as well. But I've also obviously listened to romance and romantasy that haven't had that, but there's just the risk, especially if it's like new adult. I think sometimes they run the risk of sounding too young, but not that your dark romantasy is that way. Yeah. Or they smack their lips. It's just like, ooh, I don't want to think about, like, I know that voice narrators are using their mouths, but I don't want to
be thinking about your mouth though, right?
Yeah, exactly. Remember what I said to use? Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know what that's for. I'm also catching up on stuff on the PVR. PVR. What is that, Melissa?
I have no idea.
Inform us. I generally don't like elves, dwarves, but the Goblin Emperor spin-offs have an elf as an MC. They're short and on my TBR. Oh, so yeah, the thing is that's my issue. And that's probably why, like when you recommended like Blood Over Brighthaven for that counts for easy mode, but I did hard mode. But that's a really good choice. I did use Blood Over Brighthaven for something else for hard mode though.
If you're interested at all in Tolkien, The Hobbit also is a really good one if you need something short with elves and dwarves in it. And it's written very much in the vein of like more of a middle grade novel. So it's got more of that middle grade tone. It's not high fantasy in the way that Lord of the Rings is. Like they're two very different styles of writing.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to look because there was another book that I didn't choose it for this. but I was like, this would count. What was it? There's a book I looked at that because it has to involve an elf or dwarf as a main character.
Okay, then that is not a main character. And I mean, it's hard because Tolkien does ensemble casts, and Thorin kind of is like, I don't know, you could make the argument if you really wanted to that he was a main character, but yeah.
I can't remember. There was one, though, that I was looking at, and I realized that it counted. I put it for a different prompt, but I was like, oh, this counts for elf. But, oh, well, I don't remember which one it was. 5 Broken Blades counts for hard mode. That's true, Emily. Hello, how are you, Heather? Finished Intimations by Zadie Smith. Short, but definitely heavy and thought-provoking. Now to chill with Ruthless Vows. Ooh, yeah, a good balance. I tried Zadie Smith. I ended up I was assigned it to teach, a module, and I didn't like it. It was, what is it, On Beauty? I really didn't like that one. But I've heard a few other books that I should read by her. Like, I think is it White Teeth? I've been meaning to read that one. Keeper of Velocity for elves, but I wonder if it's hard mode. Got to 129. Very nice, Glenda.
Only actually, that makes sense. And Keeper of Velocities is a middle grade series, so it would be a quick read.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Made it to page 202. Hello, how are you, Paco? What are you reading, Paco? Yeah, it is Paco. What are you reading tonight? Also, isn't Paco in one of your little events?
Yes, Paco was one of our shopkeepers for next weekend's Fabelin, which is next weekend. Time stopped being real on Wednesday, so.
I was going to say, though, I was really excited to see when Paco was included in that. I was like, oh, it's going to be so fun.
Paco was really fun to be a host with for Mystic. So I was like, obviously, we have to include more friends.
Also, finally getting my April TBR posted. Just so, you're not that behind. The 4th of April, a lot of people wait until April to even, set up their TBRs. Didn't realize I had the volume all the way down. Oh, Ben, you're okay. Don't worry about it. We were just chatting away. Didn't do any reading, but I got quite a bit of marketing work done. Cleared some of my inbox. Very nice. Oh, just another name for DVR. Oh, okay. Didn't even realize. Using Song of the Six Realms fits hard mode for that generic title. Oh, yeah, because it's got the number and it's got song. It's an Asian fantasy standalone that's on my TBR, but who knows if I'll like it. Well, that's the thing, too. You're like, we'll see if we enjoy it. Hobbit's great. My mom read The Hobbit to us when we were kids between 4 and 7 years old. Okay, that makes sense. Doing Flame and Sparrow for elves. Oh my gosh. Okay. Actually, that's good to know. Because I literally was like, I don't even know how to search for this. Okay. I'm going to star that because I'll keep that as a mental backup. Or maybe if it looks interesting to me, I'll just read that one instead of what I chose. Haven't read it, but you could ask Danny if Witness for the Dead can be read without the Goblin Emperor. Maybe it can. Yeah, that's true. Because I'm pretty sure she deems the Goblin Emperor a standalone, them all kind of technically standalones, but it might. There's been debate and kind of discussion surrounding it.
I am rolling back to see if I have any suggestions for elf books that you guys can look at. It's been a long time since I've read one.
Yeah, because I was like, why? I just discovered, I'm like, why can't I think of any? I can think of, and what's really funny is it makes sense because they discuss how they're not fairy. It's clearly not, because that's really popular. So I think that's the reason why they're even highlighting it. Still looking for an elf dwarf book. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Is it, so Children of Blood and Bone, does that have an elf? Is that?
I don't believe so, but Forged by Magic by Jenna Wolfhart is on Kindle Unlimited. It's a romance, it's the definition of romantasy. It's a romance fantasy. Okay. So that could work for some people because the male main character is an elf or half elf.
Okay. Oh my gosh, sorry to hear that, Ash. That really stinks. 6 p.m. here. Literally slept all afternoon because of a trauma response to the rainstorms. I'm so sorry. More. Oh my gosh, I had to get out this morning. Oh, I hope that you take this evening easy as well. Take care of yourself. Try to do some like comfort activities. But I'm so sorry. Keeper of Velocities would also be hard mode for elves. Oh my gosh, you guys are giving me like, thank you. Because I don't know if I really want to read the one I chose, to be completely honest. Hey, so excited. Currently reading out Infinite Fate for a book club, but at work, oh my gosh, good luck at work. I hope you get through it. Do a romantasy buddy read? Can you imagine? That would be really fun, though. I'll look into the title and see if it seems like it would be interesting for me. Flame and Sparrow. Honestly, though, if the wink is a serious wink, Brie, we could totally do it.
The wink is
sometimes there's a cheeky, funny wink where it's like, hee hee, Leandra's not going to say yes to me. And what if I say yes?
Wink, but to a serious offer, I suspect.
Yeah, unless like we all know it's like, is Leandra really going to volunteer?
I don't feel like Brianna would offer a buddy read if she was not up for a buddy read.
That's very true, actually. Put your money where your buddy read is, pretty much.
It has been a criminal amount of time since I have read a book with an elf or a dwarf in it. So, yeah, see, exactly.
Oh, yes, Brie, I love this. Please keep doing so.
This is a problem for me as a person. The fact that it's been this long. I don't like this. I'm going to have to fix this.
Yeah, you are.
Nice.
But this is a good option. Never done our fantasy. Can't decide if I want to try it. This is the first year I'm doing it, Sabrina. So if it makes you feel better, you can always do easy mode or just like take a look at the prompts. Because I also know a few people who looked at the prompts, say, I don't really know if this is in the cards for what I want to read this year. And so they just aren't. So you can kind of like keep an eye on it. Not sure if someone wants to provide the Our Fantasy like Reddit link, because then Sabrina, you can kind of take a look at it if you don't already know where it is. Forged by Magic on my physical TBR. Children of Blood and Bone would work for hard mode generic title. Yeah, well I'll tell you, Abs, because you guys are here, you get an inside scoop. That's the one I chose it for because I was like, perfect, generic. I haven't read it. I'm probably one of the only people who hasn't read it because it's like really well known. But watching Neva's vid next sprint. Yes. Brie, flirt with me, please. Never done Our Fantasy either. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll send, and it's on Storygraph too. That's right. They do have the prompts on there, which can be helpful to find ideas. Feybound for elves at the moment.
Nice.
Okay, you guys are proving to me that I just didn't look that hard. Like apparently, I was not very good at looking. But on that note, friends, that was our last sprint. However, tomorrow we're going to be over on Margaret's
on my channel reading some more. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not I'm going to continue. I'm going to try and get to like maybe a good stopping point here, at least at the end of the chapter, and then maybe I'll stop. Oh no.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a great selling point.
This is one of the books, those books that you could accidentally finish, because I feel like there is not going to be a lot of great stuff.
Be like I feel like it's going to be super fast paced. Yeah,
I feel like you may have found the only good stopping point where you are right now.
I was gonna say, I think it's right before all the action hits, actually, where I'm at. Thanks everybody for being here, and we'll see you over at Margaret's tomorrow. Margaret should be linked in the description.
They are already scheduled if you want to like go hit notify and all of that good stuff. So they're scheduled. None of the good information is there yet. I'll fix that in a minute. But have a good night. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend if we don't see you guys tomorrow. Okay, bye.